Over here. The workup's in the cabinet's hands. They said they'll call for us once they've gotten to properly review it. But listen, I know I should have been more forthcoming about who I was earlier. So, in the interest of full disclosure, there's one more thing you ought to know before we head up there. My relationship with the UC. It's more complicated than it might seem at first glance. The UC's actually the only reason I'm here in the first place. I am a clone of a man named Francois Sanon, one-time fleet admiral of the UC during the Colony War, former head of the UC Navy. They called him Ve Victus, woe to the defeated, in Old Earth Latin, a title he earned. The program I was a part of, it was the UC's attempt to create a new generation of military minds from one of their most respected tacticians. Secure the leadership of the UC military for generations to come. I'm the last. A few of my siblings, they passed when we were young. Training accidents and the like. But most of the rest were deployed to the front lines during the Colony War, and they never came back. Not a day goes by where I don't think about what the world would look like with them still in it. A non-trivial amount of gene editing. Clone, honestly, isn't even really the right term for our relationship, thanks to the amount of donor material that was required to bring me into this world. He and I are different on more than a few levels, but there's no denying the fact we're inextricably linked. You have? I mean, it's old technology. I guess I shouldn't be surprised. Some independent group might have managed to figure it out again. But in my case, it complicates things. The man I was cloned from, my father, was executed for acts he committed during the war. The man caused a lot of death, on both sides. Freestar Collective, and UC. Military, and civilians. And the things he did, well, they're a part of the reason the UC and Freestar Collective aren't really on great terms to this day. So my involvement, it could be another obstacle they throw at us up there. I just wanted you to be forewarned. He had his men open fire on civilian ships during the Battle of Cheyenne. A battle that he ultimately ended up losing anyway, devastating the UC fleet and bringing the Colony War to an ugly end for the UC. But he's also the one who ordered the bombing of the Londinian spaceport during their outbreak, condemning countless lives. Both sides agreed the settled systems would be better without him. It's not like that. You need to be here. You're the only other eyewitness. What you say up there matters. I just wanted to make sure you knew all the hurdles we're about to face. You know, while we've got a second, was there anything else we needed to discuss? I know you got dropped into the middle of this pretty fast. Or, if you've got any last-minute business to attend to, now might be a good time. No telling how long the cabinet's gonna keep us waiting out here. That's actually a souvenir from my time on Mars. The Red Devils unit I was a part of, they were founded by recruits who'd worked some of Mars' deepest mines. Folks used to adversity. The dust at those depths, it seeps into everything. The human eye included. Where the name Red Devils came from in the first place. It became an unwritten rite of passage that anyone wanting to enlist with the Devils had to do a stint in the mines before they could join up. The Devils were always talked about in such revered tones during my training, so As soon as I was old enough, I signed up, and the eyes were my parting gift. I mean, we never spent a lot of time together. He was too busy being Fleet Admiral to deal with kids. I was raised by a pair of guardians instead. Until his defeat during the Colony War, though, he was known as an extremely effective commander. Savvy. Perceptive. That mind opened a lot of doors for him. And for me, too. But Vae Victus, for all his ability, was heartless. Ruthless to a fault. In the end, that's what cost him his life. It's hard to know exactly what might sway them. I'd just be honest about what you saw. A colony wiped out, and a lot of lives lost. Something we don't want anyone else to have to experience. Eye strain from the amount of reading I've got on the horizon if we succeed. The Terramorph project never went anywhere. It couldn't. They're deadly creatures, but they aren't xenoweapons. The cabinet not opening the archives is probably a bigger risk than them handing over the files. That data itself isn't dangerous, which probably wouldn't be a bad point for us to bring up, should the opportunity arise. Come find me when you're done.
Welcome, Captain. We've been expecting you. You're clear to dock at docking port 1.
Ship is now docked. Perfect. Didn't even smudge the paint.
Falcon IP of service, Captain.
Welcome aboard the UC Vigilance. Did you have any questions before I escort you to the commander? Yeah, listen to him carefully. The commander's a one-and-done kind of officer. In other words, he hates to repeat himself. Other than that, just observe standard military decorum, and it should keep you from serving any time on the ship's cleaning detail. I'm not authorized to divulge information about this vessel. Suffice to say, it's one of the toughest ships in the UC's arsenal. All right. This way, please. So, you're the Vanguard that took down that terramorph on Tau City. You've made quite an impression around here. Everyone upstairs is talking about it. Damn. That must have been one hell of a firefight. I almost regret missing out on all the fun. Of course, we don't normally see that kind of action on the Vigilance, but we have our moments. Welcome aboard the U... Did you have any question? Of course, if you'd follow me. All right, Vanguard. Take the lift up to Ops. Commander Akande should be waiting for you. Good luck.
Hello? Yes. What?
Yes?
I believe we have something important to discuss. Ah, there you are. Commander Kibwe Kande, UC SysDev. Glad to have you aboard. I was beginning to think you were having second thoughts about Commander Tuala's offer. UC SysDev is a division of the UC Navy. While they handle big picture stuff, we deal specifically with pirates. Since you're already involved with the Vanguard, I don't have to underline how important your contribution will be to the security of our spaceways. It appears he's certainly picked the right person for the job. So, now that you're part of the team, allow me to introduce you to your new home. This is the Operations Center of the UC Vigilance. SysDev's nerve center, dedicated to the destruction of the Crimson Fleet. That's strange. According to your file, you've encountered them before. On Vectera specifically. They were the pirates that attacked your mining outpost? I'm surprised. We are currently in the Sol system, in deep orbit around Phobos. As to why, I'll explain momentarily. Whether this ship is impressive or not, you're the key element that we've been lacking. We need eyes and ears inside the Crimson Fleet. Someone who can feed us information, evidence, and expose their weaknesses. The catch is that you can't just knock on their front door and ask for an application. Getting inside is going to take some finesse. Good. I have just the right... Our intelligence has managed to find a possible opening into the Crimson Fleet through Saoirse Bowden, one of their contacts. She works for the Trade Authority in Sidonia, so you'll be using a container of Aurora we've loaded on your ship to get her attention. Aurora is a Class A controlled substance that's illegal to transport. Get caught with this stuff aboard a ship, and you're looking at some serious... That's classified. Suffice to say that the smuggler who was previously holding it will be spending the rest of their life in prison. That's right. So it'll be your job to convince this... Once you bluff your way into the Crimson Fleet, then the operation proceeds to evidence gathering. That's where my second-in-command, Lieutenant Gillian Toft, comes into the picture. She'll explain everything you need to know. Let's just say my superiors need proof that engaging the Crimson Fleet is a larger priority. Then, if we shove enough concrete evidence under their noses, they'll have no choice but to allocate the resources that I've requested. At the same time, we can use the evidence to arrest members of the Crimson Fleet, weakening them enough to strike a fatal blow. If I didn't have confidence in your abilities, I would have told Commander Tuala to. Remember, this entire operation rests on your ability to infiltrate the Crimson Fleet. At this point, whether you like it or... Look, before you begin, I want... As an undercover operative for UC SysDef, you'll be expected to allow yourself to stray too far off the path, and you stand a good chance. The Crimson Fleet doesn't follow the rules. They only abide by one thing: money. All of their morals and social graces fall by the wayside in pursuit of their greed. At first glance, this can appear quite enticing, so I'm warning you not to get lured into their trap. Think you can handle that? To put it simply, you can't go into every situation with guns blazing. Think before you act. Calculate what you're doing and pull the trigger only when it's absolutely necessary. At the end of the day, your primary goal is taking down the Crimson Fleet. That's the greater good. That's what I wanted to hear. Anyway, it's time to hand you over to Lieutenant Toft. She'll brief you about the details of the evidence-gathering portion of the operation. Now, get out of here. While you're running with the Crimson Fleet, you're undoubtedly going to be faced with some. It's going to be difficult for you to weigh the consequences of pulling the trigger while maintaining your cover. Do what you have to do, but remember why you're out there. That's why I expect you to constantly seek alternative means to overcome your obstacles. Look, I can see that if there's a route to your goal which doesn't involve killing innocent people, use your instincts. For your own safety, nobody but myself and the crew of the Vigilance will be aware that you're... Basically, if you land in jail, you're going to have to deal with the fines. All we know is that she's been with the Trade Authority for years, which means she's been privy to some seriously shady deals. She's shrewd and she's diligent. The only reason we were able to connect her with the Crimson Fleet at all was thanks to an informant. I'm afraid she's the best lead we've got. That's easy to answer. You don't. We'll be monitoring your activities from the Vigilance and attempting to keep it within your vicinity. When you feel you've gathered enough evidence, and at the completion of your assignments, head back here for a debrief. Beyond that, you're completely on your own. Dismissed.
Excuse me. United Colony System Defense at your service.
All right. We don't have a lot of time, so I need you to listen up. While you're working undercover, it's imperative that you gather as much evidence as possible. If you find any records that look suspicious or incriminating, you bring it to me. Is that understood? Well, since it isn't every day we stumble across a criminal's fully written confession, we need to build a case against our suspects. The more evidence we acquire, the stronger our case becomes. And knowing the Crimson Fleet, they'll leave plenty of evidence for you to find. I'd scour every inch of wherever the Crimson Fleet sends you. Otherwise, you're wasting our time and risking your neck for nothing. Criminals are sloppy. Look hard enough and I'm certain you'll stumble across their mess. You better make it, because Commander Akande cashed in all his chips to get this operation off the ground. I want data slates, computer downloads, handwritten notes. Hell, I'll take anything if it'll get those bastards thrown into the brig. For the sake of the settled systems, I hope you're right. That minor skirmish you had with them on Vectera was nothing compared to the death and destruction those pirates leave behind. If you've seen what I've seen, you'd understand. What? No. It's personal. Yes, of course. And your actions will be duly noted in your record. Speaking of which, that reminds me of something else you need to know. Commander Akande has authorized a credit disbursement for each piece of evidence that you return. Well, that's just it. You're not career military, are you? And speaking frankly, you're completely out of pocket during this operation. You'll be paying for your own supplies and other unexpected So, if I were you, I'd stop asking questions. It's not generous, it's motivational. Commander Akande's... All right. We've loaded a container of Aurora into your ship's cargo hold. We're also providing you with a sample you can use to tease the goods. We've cleared your ship for launch. Proceed to Sidonia. Make contact with Saoirse Bowden. And with any luck, she'll point you to the Crimson Fleet. That should do it. You're dismissed. Don't worry, the container's been registered with UC Security, so you shouldn't have any trouble. Even if you're scanned. Of course, if we find out you tried to sell it to someone outside the boundaries of this particular operation, well, I don't think I need to tell you. We'll be keeping them close at hand until this operation is complete. So, we'll be holding them in the Vigilance's brig. If you're feeling particularly ruthless, you could always head down there and say hello. I'm sure they'll be thrilled to see you. Not really, no. I've learned to keep my... Don't get me wrong. I appreciate that you care. It's just that I don't feel like now's inappropriate. Let's just stick to the job at hand and maybe we... Let me know if you need anything else.
Like what? Dark?
Is there anything else? I'll be here if you have any more questions.
Pardon.
The commander can handle any of your questions.
I don't know about you. People who work undercover, they're sneaky by nature. Hard to read. When I fly, I want someone beside me who I can predict. Foxes by the Marquess of Queensbury rules. But you're a southpaw. A wild card. You might. But we aren't at that point yet. And right now, I have my reservations that will... I cut my teeth on space trucks, believe it or not. Before I got my stripes. But after a couple slick escapes, I got recruited to the academy. And thing is, some of my best tricks were with a big rig. Ever try a pitchback with a Hope Tech truck? Compared to that. Long story. I got my start in the academy and made a name for myself hunting the Crimson. I eventually got recruited to do test flights on a star station orbiting Lloyden's Rock. Me and 3 other Archangel pilots did some work. But I called in a few favors and got back home with You guessed it. But I'm not just Eddie. I like your confidence. And there's always room. Just be sure you know whose side you're... See ya.
Some of the guards don't take kindly to the prisoners, but we should try to maintain some decorum. Welcome to the brig. As a member of SysDef, you may talk with the prisoners as long as you are mindful of operation security. As a personal rule, I simply ask that you adhere to UC Navy standards of cleanliness at all times. That means no mud on your boots, your hands are washed, and you are free of any contagious diseases. Besides the fact that it's healthier, a sanitary brig is important for station security. In my experience, a prisoner will hide a shiv under a flake of dust if you let them. The cleaner a space is, the easier it is to spot irregularities, both inside the cell and out. Excellent. And all that being said, I understand your mission directive might call for flexibility on my part. So if you need to be a rum-drinking, swashbuckling pirate to do your job, then I will do my best to clean up after you. He's a good man. Singularly focused when it comes to the fleet. But that's not to say he doesn't care about his crew. I can tell you a story as an example if you'd like to hear it. So, I'm a bit of a workaholic, and I forget to take breaks. One day, Commander Ikande passes by the brig and sees me at my desk. He takes one look at my haggard face and says, "Officer, I'm headed to the mess hall. If you're not with me in 15 minutes, your services will no longer be required on my ship." I tried to protest, but he was dead serious. So I went. We had lunch, talked about old times, and I went back to the brig, refreshed and ready to work. It's little things like that. You can see he pays attention, and that he cares about the people, not just the work. We have multiple turrets attached to the ceiling. If you've met Ensign Betty, she's personally calibrated them to ensure they cover the entire area. That being said, firing the turrets should be considered a last resort. That's a loaded question. We err on the side of caution here, short of any physical abuse. But with the Crimson Fleet, you have to be very careful. If you give them an inch, they'll take a parsec and find a way to stab you with it. Verbally, yes. There's a lot of bad blood with the fleet, stretching across generations, myself included. Sometimes that blood spills over. As long as there's no actual fighting, I tend to let both sides dish it out. That's the idea. We will always err on the side of security, given the choice. But I'll be the first to admit it's not an exact science, and we've made mistakes in the past with both the carrot and the stick. As chief officer, the cells you... if you apprehend... Until next time.
Is there anything else as you were?
Hey.
Whew. Always a satisfying moment to return to your ship.
The Lux condos aren't anything special.
If you're here to buy or sell, you might want to talk to Octai. I'm busy. Octai Enbayar. He's the head of our Sidonia branch. If you want to do some trading, he's the one you need to be talking to. I'm busy. And by sensitive, I'm guessing you mean something you don't want UC Security sticking their noses into. I can probably help you with that. What have you got for me? Aurora, huh? Nice. A little too hot to handle, though. What else you got?
If the Trade Authority is not interested, that says a great deal.
All I'm going to point at is the ceiling, with my middle finger. Get that stuff out of here before UC Security catches on. Of course, if there's a finder's fee you're offering, I might, well, bend the rules a little bit. You must be new at this game, love, so I'm gonna let that one slide. In our business, nothing gets done until money is exchanged, even if that means leaving a credit on each and every rung of the ladder as you climb your way up. You know, it's funny. Suddenly, I do remember someone who might be able to unload that stuff for you.
Just demand the extra credits up front next time. These games are juvenile and tiresome.
There's a buddy of mine who runs with the Crimson Fleet. Goes by the name Adler Kemp. If he isn't passed out, you can find him killing the rest of his brain cells at the Broken Spear. Oh, and it's been a pleasure doing business with you.
I was just thinking about you.
Unless you're here to serve me another drink, you can turn around and... Hey, why don't you say that a little louder? I don't think every single UC guard... Okay. If you've got a whole shipment of this stuff, you're going to need to move it fast. But you're going to have to do something for us first. You're a clever one, aren't you? Let's just say I have a certain influential affiliation. And leave it at that. Basically, you want that Aurora moved, I'm your guy. Yeah, well, she isn't running the show here.
I see no good reason why we should have any extra dealings with the likes of you.
Lady, if you want me to move that shipment for your pal here, you're going to do whatever the hell I want. You got that? Now listen up, because I'm not going to repeat myself. I need you to deal with a miner who's racked up a bunch of debt. He probably spent it all on booze, not that I blame him. Either way, I want that money back. Feel free to throw as many credits in my face as you want, but that isn't the point. His name's Carl Fielding. I think you'll find him wandering around the Deimos miners' quarters. Don't worry, you can't miss him. Just look for the most miserable look.
My favorite person.
Something I can help you with? Hey, slow down. I don't even know what you're talking... Of course I owe money. Unless you're independently wealthy. I owe Deimos. I owe my landlord. I owe Galbank. Heck, I have a tab at Parsec Deep at Cespear. It's an endless list. So why don't you just leave me here? Let me get... what? Play what games? Look, I'm tired. It's been a long day in the mines. I just want to go home, wash off the dust. Adler... Oh! Wait, you mean that? I told him I'd pay up next week when Deimos cuts our next profit share check. What the heck do you want me to do? Look, I haven't got a single credit to spare right now.
Clearly this man has never seen how hard I can squeeze.
What games? How dare you try... I hadn't thought of that. Please, tell Adler I'm sorry for trying to wiggle out of the debt. I didn't have much.
The serpent favors me to have put you in my path.
I still can't believe we finally
The UC Vanguard has claimed a decisive victory against the Maroon Zealots. In a pitched battle in the Groom Bridge system, the Vanguard dealt a major upset to the Zealots. Hopefully, this will send the Zealots reeling and make space just one bit safer.
Can't believe we're still blowing up huge mineral deposits after all this time.
Have something for me? There, would you look at that? He going to be a problem anymore? What did he get? Nice, nice. You're kind of an, you know. If you like this kind of work, you think you can handle running with money. If you haven't figured that out by now, then maybe you aren't cut out. That's what I'm talking about. I like your style. All right. I'll call ahead and get a hold of Neva Mora. She's second to the big boss himself. Head out to Europa. You'll find her there. I suggest you listen to whatever she has to say. Oh, and I've taken care of that Aurora shipment for you too. Don't spend all that cash in one place.
Look who finally had some. Big shot. I hear Adler thinks you're good enough to join our crew. To Adler? Sure. But for all I know, you're just his latest impulse buy. Still, I'm feeling generous. So I'm gonna give you a chance. You betting your life on that? Because the only way out of our organization is with a warhead up your grav drive. So, before I put you to work, let's get it. I don't know if Adler mentioned it, and for his sake, I hope he hasn't. But you aren't about to sign up with any average pirate crew. You're signing up with the Crimson Fleet. That's if you get through this little task I have planned for you. There's a medical supply ship called the Ragana, jumping into Enceladus's orbit. On board that ship, you'll find a traitor named Austin Rake. I want him dead. This job isn't about the loot, but I suppose every dog needs its scraps. Keep whatever worthless junk is on that ship. Just remember, the only thing that... Kill Rake? If you want my advice, there's only one way to guarantee he dies. Turn the... It's done when Rake stops. Head back here when you're finished. And... I've been tracking Rake for months. He changes his location and identity so often, it's costing me a small fortune just to keep tabs. But you know what? It's worth every damn cred. He's made me look like a fool in front of Delga. Rake used to run with the fleet. Hell, I'm the one who vouched for him in the first place. Back then he had a different name and a different identity. He was a damn good earner, too. Brought in a ton of creds. Everything was fine until he wanted out. So he ran. And nobody, I mean, nobody, runs away from the fleet.
Pilot of the Ragana. I was afraid of that. Look, we are not built for combat. What is it you want exactly? Oh, God. I do not know.
It would be wise for you to take this offer. It shows more mercy than you know.
Well, normally Right.
And you didn't even scratch the paint.
I am not sure what to make of you being here. If you wanted to kill us, you could have done that from your ship. If you wanted our cargo, we could have jettisoned it. I guess I should just stop talking and let you say your piece. That is not something I am going to do. Not until you... As far as you are concerned, I am Austin Rake. Now, do you mind telling us... You really do not know which one of us is Rake, do you? And you do not seem to care either, which makes me... Okay, I have idea. We can strike his name from Manifest, make it so he was never... Then, when we dock, we will leave him on this ship and deliver him to another port.
That is fair. We do not want any part of the fleet. Is that all right with you, Austin?
Do I have a choice?
It does not appear you do. Well then, it is agreed. You go back to your ship and we will make sure Rake was never on ours. And in case any of your handlers get suspicious, here. We had an extra crate of supplies loaded, in case one got damaged. This should be proof you were not here to bargain.
I thought we were dead. I can't believe it.
Any adventure you can fly away from.
Damn mercs just don't know how to take a hit. Hey, bro, what the hell we some target practice?
Engines fried. The target.
Thanks for the help with the Ecliptic. I had it under control, but it definitely went faster after you jumped into the fight. Now tell me about the Ragana. Mercenaries? Guns for hire that shoot their own parents. I'll tell you, we do a hell of a lot of dirty work in the Crimson Fleet. But we'd never sell away our... You know what? I have no idea, and I suppose I could have pissed off someone I screwed over in the past, but... Huh. No kidding. That'll make Delgado happy, seeing as our hand... I would have preferred if you hadn't left witnesses behind, but anyway, you wanted into the Crimson Fleet? Hope this business with Rake's taught you something. Because I'm about to stick my neck out if you screw up, and I wind up looking like an asshole. I'm gonna sit... You better stow that crap before you make me change. Now that you know the deal, it's time to see what you signed up for. I'm gonna upload the coordinates for our headquarters in the Crick system. Spacers call it the key, the fleet calls it home. Head out there as soon as you can. Don't keep...
Commander Ikonde wants to see you. Follow me.
Hello, Captain.
I had a friend on the Ragana. I hope I'll be able to see him next time we're on shore leave.
Commander Ikonde is the heart and soul of UC SysDef. I'd follow him to the ends of the galaxy.
We're back. Anything to report? We got the message from the Ragana about Austin Rake. We had him dropped off at a separate port, off the books. Suffice to say, he's got a lot to answer for. That's something we're looking into. But it doesn't seem like he knows much. For now, we'll keep him in the brig. Perhaps you could pay me... That's a smart line to follow. Part of this role you're playing means having to make hard. Just remember not to lose yourself in the path.
We did our best not to cross the line, but the more we do, the more we risk exposing the deception.
Oh, one more thing before we move on. For transparency's sake, you should know we were the ones that hired Ecliptic to attack Neva's ship. There was concern after what happened with the Regana that you might have trouble earning Neva's trust. Coming to her rescue ensured that would not be a problem. Ah, so I take it you have good news. Were you... Then it worked. You're in. Sounds like... Now it's time for the next phase of the mission.
Our intel on Saoirse was correct. After we received reports on your interaction with Adler Kemp, we picked up on your rendezvous with Neva Mora.
Our files indicate she's second in command, so getting on her good side will ensure you get into the Crimson Fleet. The woman has a record that could stretch across Sol and back. She started young as one of Neon's street rats, and worked her way up to second in command. She's a force to be reckoned with, so don't underestimate her. Yes, you passed your first test and you're still... But before we get too confident, that either means she suspects nothing. Just remember, these are ruthless criminals, so...
And their ruthlessness is only surpassed by their cunning. You should proceed with caution, regardless of how well you think you've ingratiated.
So what's next for you on Neva's agenda? The Vigilance is equipped with one of the most advanced intelligence suites in the UC fleet. Nothing slips through. You can rest assured, if the Crimson Fleet had any access to our whereabouts or have infiltrated our security, as long as you're here, you're right. Excellent. If you're heading to the Key, I assume you'll be meeting Delgado soon.
Delgado is the leader of the Crimson Fleet. I have a profile here with some information on his background. You'll want to know the individual cadences of every member of the fleet, but Delgado's most of all.
What is there to know? He is pirate scum, like all of them.
Exactly. The Crimson Fleet is not a monolith. Any information you have on its members can only help. In any case, now that you're with the fleet, you'll be operating independently. We will shadow you eventually, but we'll need to maintain our distance for now. This will also give us time to bolster our defenses, should we need to engage with...
Sir, on that note, shall we begin implementing the upgrade to our shields?
Immediately, Lieutenant. Notify the engineers and relay the information. I hope your entry into the fleet has overcome any doubts you may have had regarding your mission. It's certainly... Keep up the good work. We'll expect further reports. Dismissed.
I haven't seen my family in a while, but...
Captain Ryan, hello.
Find the interior of this ship comforting.
What are you hailing for? Land in the Key or don't. Nobody hails the Key. Just do your business.
Time to cycle the airlock and move.
Get out of my face.
You said the take was 10K, but it was 30. Big difference on 40% of 10 versus 30.
You wanted 4K, you got 4K. Not my problem.
If you're stealing from me, you bet your ass it's your problem. Captain Ryan, do you require my assistance?
You kidding me? Way to make a mess in front of my new rook.
Hey, steal from me and get caught. Better off dead.
Sounds like you did the fleet a favor. Now toss this body out of an airlock before it turns into a damn... The hell took you so long? Forget how to grav jump or something? Please. It'd be one less sloppy rook whose mess I had to clean up. The last thing I need is another Austin rake getting cold feet. You want to leave the fleet? You pay the price. Not in credits, but in blood. Never apologize. Not if you want anyone in the fleet to respect you. And if they don't respect you, put a gun to their head and they'll get the message. But, all that aside, you made it. So now, you get to hear a nifty history lesson. Pencils ready? Good. This floating scrap heap you're standing on is called the Key. Used to be an old UC military star station, and now it's the fleet's base of operations. Might look a little beat up on the outside, but we keep it together. Wow, thanks, Professor. That's just terribly fascinating. I'll be certain to pass that on to the maintenance crew who have to use baling wire to keep the plating from peeling off.
It is good to know that there is a maintenance crew, but your additional knowledge is appreciated.
Anyway, I'll tell you all about the Key. But it's better if I show you too. Follow me. All right. History time. So, the Key is in orbit around Suvorov. That's the very same ice ball where the United Colonies built a supermax prison they call the Lock. The UC is so clever. Supermax prison, Lock, Key. Cute, huh? Now, we've got everything the fleet needs right here. Of course, you've got to pay for it. Remember, on the Key, credits are king. What the hell is this?
All right, hang on, Nev. Before you get pissed, I've got my hands full.
Jasmine, sweetie, I'm trying to give a tour here. So you want to tell me why those damn doors are sealed?
It's called a malfunction. You know, that thing I spend most of my day dealing with. Believe me, my people are on it. Have a little faith for once.
Aw. And you, always, Angel. This here's Jasmine. You need anything for your ship, she's got you covered. We'll hit up the depot next since these doors have given out on us. So anyway, we were talking about the Lock. About 100 years ago, the prisoners down there rioted and took over the place. After stealing some ships, they were actually able to make it up here and took over the Key.
About time you brought us new blood, Neva. I was getting tired of trading with the same old faces.
You're just ticked everyone's getting wise to your ridiculous prices, Aludra. Anyway, welcome to the depot, Rook, where you'll be lucky if these blood-sucking leeches don't bleed you completely dry.
Whoa, whoa. It's not our fault that people don't appreciate how much it costs to get untraceable merchandise onto the key.
Neva's just whining because she thinks she lost a ton of cash selling us a shipment of gear. She should have done her homework.
Yeah, sure, laugh it up. I'll remember that next time I need something from you cheapskates. Let's move on. Back to my story.
I hope you
After
actually
the
need
liberated
components.
prisoners
Fine.
at the key. They established it as a base of operations.
Whatever.
And began pirating the spaceways. That was how the Crimson Fleet began. Of course, Jasper Cricks had a lot to do with all that, but, we'll get to him later. Rook, meet Zuri, Queen of the Rare Exports.
If I don't have it, you don't need it.
Neuroamps, blueprints. Hit her up and she'll take care of you.
Speaking of which, you still owe me for that last purchase, Neva. It's like 5 figures. Don't make me collect it the hard way.
The hard way? Oh no. Rook, protect me from Zuri's vengeance. Enough of the bullshit, Zuri. I'll pay you when I pay you. Deal with it. Got a problem with that? Take it up with the boss.
I hope
On
you
the
came
right,
with credits.
you've got Bradley from the Trade Authority. I'm sure you know the deal there. He'll buy pretty much anything, no matter how hot. Then we got our med bay on the left, run by the one and only Samina Mizra. She'll patch you up, if you've got the money. We don't run any free clinics up in here, you don't? Okay, this is our final stop. Over there, you've got the Last Nova, where Bog serves watered-down drinks at ridiculously exorbitant prices. And right here is the most important place on the entire station. The Reckoner's Core, run by the incomparable Shinya Voss.
Another new Rook, Neva? I can't believe Delgado still lets you recruit, given what happened with the last one.
You mean Austin Rape? It's been taken care of, all right? I don't like loose ends, and this Rook is the one who tied it off.
Perhaps next time you'll try to be a bit more discerning regarding your choices. It's far more cost-effective.
Yeah, love you too, darling. Anyway, Shinya handles our lifeblood. The money. We call him our Reckoner, but if you ask me, he's actually a pain in the ass.
And Neva will slit your throat if she thinks you'll bleed creds.
Go to hell, boss. Take care of our new friend here, or I'll find a way to pull the pin on that little party popper in your chest. Anyway, Shinya will get you set up in our system. I've got real work to do. Once you're done, head upstairs and I'll introduce you to the boss.
Time for a proper introduction. I am Shinya Voss, the official reckoner for the Crimson Fleet. And since Neva so thoughtfully mentioned it, yes, this is a bomb embedded in my chest. And no, I'll never know the meaning of the word humble. In fact, I find Delgado's idea of a security measure to be quite empowering. I see the bomb as a symbol of my importance, and it's a constant reminder to everyone of the sacrifice I was willing to make. The freedom I've given up, the pain, it's not something that just anyone has the resolve to bear.
He is right. The pain he endures is proof of his loyalty. And his resolve.
Exactly the lengths we're willing to go to protect ourselves. Since I oversee the bulk of transactions and maintain all accounts for the fleet, I'm a prime target for information. Should our enemies capture me, or I grew any semblance of a moral conscience, you might consider me the greatest threat we have. For Delgado, the bomb grants peace of mind, and a certain degree of safety. Essentially. But I sleep soundly knowing I'm one of the few that can piss Delgado off and live. Should I die, all of my knowledge, the accounts, the credits, it would be a mess. He wouldn't dare. He holds the trigger, but we all know that my death cripples the fleet. Call the bomb a weapon of last resort. Whew, that's a relief. And here I was, worried that you've come here to eventually replace me. Get with it, Rook. The only sacrifice you're going to be making is a portion of your credits to the fleet. Now, let me get you set up. A moment while I convene with the Core. Thanks to advanced modifications even Ryujin would envy, I can interface directly with our mainframe and the Galbank network. This allows me to move and clean credits faster and more efficiently than any run-of-the-mill cyber runner. There, you're done. All you need now is Delgado's blessing, and you'll be one of us. None. Other than my chest and arm modifications, I am but a simple man. Is the interview over now? Can we get back to work? Getting into the system is a piece of cake. Anyway, thanks to our relations with contacts across the galaxy, we always have a steady stream of jobs available. I've granted you all the necessary permissions to access these listings at any time, using the... Oh, you know, smuggling, piracy, taking things that aren't yours. Nothing that should keep you up at night. Well, depending on your methods. We're officially done. Now, I believe that covers all I have to say. Take the elevator to the upper level. You should be able to find your way from there, I hope.
Alright, listen up. You can all stop complaining. Atrium to cargo bay doors.
You check out the Reckoner's core.
Oh,
She's a
and you're
beaut,
welcome,
ain't she?
Nev.
I like my weapons like I like my coffee. Scalding.
Need some medical assistance? First time visiting the infirmary, huh? Try not to get into too many bar fights. I'm trying to save my Good to know. Now all I need to worry about. So here's what's what. You need medpacks, curatives, preventatives. I've got you covered. At least as long as my current supply holds out. You need enhancers, legal or illegal? I've got those too. In the fleet, someone has to do it, so it may as well be me. This way, I've got a good idea of who's on what. If they come in for any real medical treatment, I know exactly what I'm doing. A dealer with a full medical background. Thank you. Now, if you don't need anything else, I've got... You'd think most of the injuries I treat are from run-ins with security, but I'd say at least half are just life on the key. Brawls, egos, and plain old stupidity. At least it keeps me busy. Now there's an offer I didn't expect. If you really want to help, I'm looking for someone who can handle, as in someone who knows how to get the job done without shooting. That's not going to help. That ship was full of things like cots, flu shots, and children's vitamins. And I can't exactly plug a bullet wound with an Ashta chewable. Well, you'd be one. I politely requested a list of supplies from Gennady Aton at the clinic and was told the price of business has gone up. I think he's back on Aurora, and he's upcharging me to pay for it. And if there's one thing I'm not going to do is subsidize. I want you to make sure he delivers my supplies for the price we agreed on. We'll see. A bullshit one, yeah? Gennady claims prices have gone up for the clinic as a whole, and that I'm not the only doc being hit. He says if I want cheaper goods, I'm going to have to find another supplier. He even gave me a list. But I'm not turning to some third-rate doc selling meds out of their space truck. Gennady and I had it... Oh yeah. The funny thing is, he's the poster boy for upstanding morals. Top of the class at nursing school, did volunteer work in backwater settlements, a reputation you could eat your food off of. Nobody knows he did it all zoned out of his mind. He said he got clean when he joined the clinic. I suppose I can spare a... Be careful. I don't have endless supplies, you know.
My prices may be high, but I was raised fleet. My mama joined up when I was 12. We'd always lived comfortably, but she took the offer to join when a job almost... She figured if anything ever happened to her, it'd guarantee I'd still have a home. Hell no. The two things I don't want in this life? A real boss, and customers that I can't shoot in the face if they piss me off. Del lets me do what I want to here, as long as he knows I'm loyal to the fleet. I sell what I want, I work when I want, I do what I want. And I wouldn't have it any other way. It's been non-stop. Even as a kid, I was helping distract security in those smuggling days. It's amazing how just having a child aboard, especially one as cute as I was, can throw off the scent. Between my mama and the fleet, I can talk my way out of anything, and use or fix any weapon and ship in the galaxy. Real-life skills, if you know what I mean. I sell a little bit of everything. Neuroamps, anything that's rare. Hey. Don't miss me too much.
Need something? It's a general store. Mostly junk that... raw material. I don't do... Alright. They're done here? Great.
Weapons for all occasions. Well, well. Neva's new hutch. Everyone up. Take a look around, genius. But just in case I need to spell it out. Hey, if you want to pour credits into... I carry mo... occasionally. Just don't screw me over or... Not being intimidated by... A little advice, Sadiqi? The fleet. You bleed for the fleet. Anyone who says otherwise is either lying or getting ready to stab. please, I don't need your concern. All I care about is separating you from your credits. So let's leave our professional relationship at that. I'd argue Boggs got me beat as far as customer base goes. A good gun's what makes all the difference out there sometimes. And for some, if your credits are... Need more weapons or ammo? Come see me.
That last job didn't pan out. I need something bigger.
Price is too high. But me? Nah, not anymore. When it comes to aim, there ain't no one worse. True facts. I mean, my friends like to say I'd have better luck talking someone to death than shooting them. Yep, my talents are best suited for making protective gear. Helmets, vests, suits. You could say I'm a tailor, not a fighter. Well, only the best tactical gear to protect your ass this side of the galaxy. Metal plated for when you're up against bullets. Leather for those jobs that might require a subtle touch. All made by yours truly, of course, except for a few used odds and ends that no one's gonna miss. The right gear will be the difference between life or death. Stay safe out there.
You don't steal from your own. Not unless you want the whole station on your ass.
Rook?
So, looks like we got ourselves a new Rook. Once again, I'm Jazz, resident engineer here. Like Neva said, you need ship parts, repairs? I'll hook you up. As long as your credits are good. Neva's mine, so don't be getting any ideas. She may be a little rough around the edges, but she's just looking out for her own. There's no one better to have your back. Neva's the only one who calls me that, amongst other things. To you and everyone else, it's just plain old jazz. Well, it did when I first got here. Most of these folks aren't too keen on maintenance. Today, the key's about as safe as any other UC station, just with a hell of a lot more personality. I can guarantee your ship will be in good hands, so if you're looking for an upgrade, let me know. We got the best selection in the settled systems. Illegal, unregistered, recalled. We sell it all. No. You buy from me, you're worry-free. I can't have my customers getting caught now, can I? That's bad. Anything that keeps the UC and... Just let me know when you want to talk. Truth is, the fleet rescued me. Of course, I wouldn't have needed rescuing if they had... Delgado plucked me out of space and brought me to the key. I took one look at the place and was compelled to work. Soon after, he offered me a permanent... Serious enough that you don't have a chance in hell? Neva's got a fire in her. The kind you only see in... She doesn't half-ass a damn thing, and I love her for it. All business and no... And I need your cat. You've got stuff to smoke? Sure. Sounds like fun.
Soon, everyone is going to learn to feel the fleet.
Ah, there's our other new recruit. So, now that we are all here, it's time to get down to business. The two of you are the only rooks that have made the latest cut. The rest, well, let's just say they won't be joining us, ever again. Neva's willing to put her neck on the line and vouch for you, which means you've got what it takes to join the Crimson Fleet. If dealing with the Ragana was at the limit of your capabilities, then you are already in too deep to quit. And I can promise you, it only gets more difficult from here. All right, let's get started here. When you sign up with the Crimson Fleet, you're in it for the long haul. No one quits. No one retires. The only way out is death. You stay loyal or you pay the consequences. Fleet before friends. Fleet before family. Fleet before yourself.
Hey, if you've got a problem, I can decorate that wall behind you with your brains. Room could use a little color if you ask me.
It's all right, neighbor. I admire this rook's backbone. Takes a lot of guts to crack jokes with the threat of death staring them in the face.
Can we get on with this? I want to get drunk at the last Nova.
I'm impressed. That is the first intelligent thing you have said this entire time, Mathis. Since you two seem so eager to move forward, let's get to your next job. Pack your cold weather gear, rooks. Where we are going, you're going to need it.
Oh, God, don't tell me you're dragging him down to Suvarol for another one of your little initiation runs. 10 Johns to the surface, 12 dead rooks. You'd think by now you would have given up on that goddamn campfire story.
Crix's legacy is no story, neighbor. We've got fresh eyes in the fleet. And if these two want to impress, they're going to help me search those ruins.
I hope you're right, Dale. That new code we grabbed for the lot cost us a ton of credits. And a decent captain.
This initiation, as Neva calls it, is your chance to see where it all began. On Suvorov with Jasper Crix. Crix led the riots that gave birth to the Crimson Fleet. And if his legacy is still out there, we're going to be the ones to find it. Through a bit of luck and a hell of a lot of cash, Neva was able to get her hands on an access code to the inside of the lock. This will be the first time someone from the Crimson Fleet has set foot in there for, well, since Crix left the place behind. It has been frustrating, being this close to potential clues, but not being able to find a way through those prison walls. Before Crix left the fleet, he left a message talking about a major score. One that would set up the fleet to be a big player in the settled systems. Somewhere down the line, they started calling it Crix's legacy. And everyone who's tried to find it has wound up empty-handed, missing, or dead. If we're gonna beat those odds, we'll first need a lead. And I would wager we will find one on Suvorov.
Dale's leaving out the best part. That this whole search is based on a handful of words on a very old slate. Crix left a lot of big talk on that recording, and not a lot of facts. Some of us believe in it more than others.
Don't listen to her. When we get our hands on Crix's legacy, the fleet will be operating at a completely different level. We will become more than a match for UC SysDef. You forget the UC is still licking its wounds from the colony wars. They don't have the capability to mount a full-scale assault. And if they were foolish enough to attack, we would have the manpower to push those pendejos right back to Jemison. If we have Crix's legacy. Listen to the words that I am saying. The legacy is real. You will find that out in due time, provided you're willing to put in the work. Nothing worth having ever comes easy.
Strange words coming from a pirate. You steal what is not yours because it is easy, no? But perhaps I am mistaken.
Exactly. Now you're beginning to understand. Okay, enough discussion. We have got a lot of work to do. To that end, the next stop is the lock. I've had Jazz feed the coordinates into your ship's computer. Since Mathis doesn't have a ship, he's going to ride with me. I'll see you down there, Rook. Don't keep me waiting. I could tell you stories that would last for hours. But now is not the time. You have a job to do, and I don't like to be kept waiting. When you... well, if you get back to the key, I am sure you can find some copies of the interview he gave to SSNN around here, somewhere. I think those recordings might give you the history lesson that you are looking for. I would rather you spent your time gearing up, so make it quick. Nobody knows exactly what went down. I mean, there's all sorts of rumors. Crix was in prison for almost 5 years. And judging from the look of the facility, every moment must have been miserable. I suppose he just got fed up and decided to take matters into his own hands. Got the prisoners behind him and kept pushing until he reached the key. The cojones on that guy. UC's toughest Supermax prison, and he just waltzed the hell out of there like it was nothing. I would love to have been a part of that. The UC built the lock as a Supermax prison a little under... well, it must have been at least 100 years ago. Before that, those concha de sus madres marooned prisoners on the planet's surface and left them to their own devices. As you can imagine, these turned into some kind of demented survival of the fittest. Prisoners killing each other for a chance at the meager supplies. Luckily, some whistleblowers back in New Atlantis saw this as cruel and unusual punishment and pressured the UC into building the facility. 5 years after the prison was completed, Crix touched off the riots that overran the lock and eventually the key. It's cold. Bitter cold. Just about the last place you would want to find yourself without heat. The few living things that can survive the extreme temperatures are constantly fighting to stay at the top of the Crimson Fleet called Suvorov the White Hell. To me, someone up here pisses me off enough, I send them down to the surface for a little overnight visit. There is no deal. You and Mathis are two sides of the same coin. Only problem is that he is down a sheep and you are not, which puts you ahead. Who knows? Maybe he'll get lucky and you won't make it off Suvorov in one piece. Fine.
I would move the stars for you, if there's anything you need. Did you need... Are you sure you must go? I will never grow weary of seeing places like this.
About time you got here.
I told you you were wasting your time, Del.
is why we're here. And Mathis, I am running things around here, so keep your mouth shut. You got that?
Fine.
All right. Listen up, because I am only going to go through this once. We are here to dig up any info about Grix's legacy. We are not here to scrap for loot. Whatever you pick up, don't think, don't get creative, bring it straight to me. Before he touched off the riots, Crick spent time behind bars at the lock. If he cooked up any sort of a plan about his legacy, the trail has to start here. Oh, I don't know. I was really hoping for a huge sign on the wall saying, do I have to spell everything out? Look for data slates, notes, terminal entries. If you wrote a poem on a piece of toilet paper, If that was supposed to be a joke...
Don't worry about laughing, Delgado. It'll be a goddamn...
All right, that's enough. If either of you want to fly with the Crimson Fleet, then you need to follow one when you're on a job. If that doesn't work for you, just say so, and I will leave you on this ice ball without a ship. You will be dead within hours.
Yeah. Yeah, keep talking, wise ass.
Throttle it down, both... Oh, and your little friend can tag along until we get to the outer doors of the prison. But I will be damned if I...
Fine, go on. Leave.
We have a lot of ground to cover between the landing area and the lock.
wherever you store that the smell will not be an issue.
You hear that?
Oh, something's out there. Get some losses! Watch my back! I'm taking you down!
Make it quick. Here we are. The place where Jasper Griggs laid the groundwork for finding the Legacy and eventually the Crimson Fleet. The Lock.
Yeah? Oh, good. I don't want the place collapsing on us.
I've been down here several times in the last few years. As long as we keep the damage to a minimum, we shouldn't have any problems. All right, let's keep moving. Standing out here isn't doing us any good. This ID card cost a small fortune. Let's hope it pays off. We are in. Let's go. First time I've been inside this part of the lock, so keep your eyes open. See anything unusual? Call it out. If it's hostile, take it down. Wouldn't be so good.
How many people did the UC stick down here, Dal?
A couple of hundred at least. Might not look like much, but it was better than trying to survive on the surface.
Not much better. Even with the heating on, this place looks like a goddamn dump.
Now you know why the prisoners got fed up and looked to Griggs to lead them out of here.
And that's how the Crimson Fleet began. Yeah, we've all heard the story.
It's not a story, Mathis. It's history. Remember that. Now, keep your mouth shut and your eyes open. Must be a nest. I bet these things are crawling all over the place.
Yeah, and their buddies probably heard us firing from about a kilometer away. If we weren't on this job with Delgado, I'd drop you for saying that.
Enough already! I should have known better than to... Now let's see. Looks like we are inside some sort of prisoner transfer area, but everything is locked down tight. Since you are such good friends, why don't you and Mathis head up to that control room and see if you can get some more of these doors?
Wait, what was that?
Forget this. We got better stuff to do.
What?
This is just great. The hell we supposed to do? Yeah, sure. I've got a few spare. Let's face it, we're on our... You think he rigged that collapse on purpose? No. No way. I get that we're down here trying to prove ourselves, but I don't think this is what Delgado had in mind. Well, yeah, we'll get to that eventually. For right now, I have a much better idea. We use this opportunity to take out Delgado, and at the same time, make some serious credits for ourselves. Oh, come on. We're just a couple of rooks. When are we ever gonna have a chance like this again? Let's pretend for a second Delgado's correct, and there's information here about Crix's legacy. Once we get rid of him, we'll dig up the garbage ourselves and sell whatever we find to Neva. We'll be rolling in credits. No. We're going to be handing Neva leadership of the Crimson Fleet on a platter. She'll be thanking us for getting rid of Delgado. I mean, come on. I'll bet you a month's share that he's never been this vulnerable. Are you crazy? I'm no rat for Delgado. I'm busting me out. And in case you missed it, that icefall trapped both of us in here. Unless we find a way out, no one's reporting anything to anyone. Ever again. Pfft, hell no. Come on, we both know anything we find here about the legacy is going to be a dead end. If Neva wants to spend the rest of her life chasing ghosts, let her. We got more important things to do. Like spending... Oh, fine. You know, for a second there, I was almost starting to respect... Now, let's find a way. I guess that's one way through. Oh, come on! I wasn't finished with him! You're slowing us down! There's got to be a way out of this goddamn place.
Damn it. Is anyone there? Waiting to hear back. Answer if you can. Crap. Is this thing even on? Can either of you, the two of you, made it, huh? You want me to hold your hand for you too? We have obviously been cut off, so I need you. First, I want you to keep looking for a way to open the rest of the doors down. And second, try and dig up whatever you can about Jasper Crix. You both got that? I'll make it easy for you. If you find anything that says, this really isn't that... Dios mío. You are standing in the control room for this part of the facility. Look... Yeah? You... And tell Mathis not to get...
Attention. Lockdown mode has been rescinded.
After action report, Guard Bryant reporting. You managed to drive him off, but... first we deal with all the maintenance issues at the lot, and now this. If this keeps up, I'm gonna request a transfer.
Looks like there's a guard tower overlooking the cell block. We should check it out. Crix's legacy, yeah, right. Bunch of campfire tales to keep us in line, that's what they are. Less talking, more searching, right? You'll slow us down! So, have you changed your mind yet? Don't act stupid. I'm talking about off in Delgado and getting paid by Neva for the info on Crix. Well, maybe we won't. You saw it back there. Those things, whatever they were, they've probably ripped him to shreds by now. Did the job for us. And if they haven't, we can still handle the job. We just have to get our hands a little dirty. You didn't see? Those aliens were tearing through them like tissue paper. Saved us a hell of a lot of trouble. You got a point. All right, I'll follow your lead for now. So, now that we've made it to the guard tower... Been in a few slams yourself, I see. Look at this dump. I can't imagine that stuff down here. Cell D03. Place to start, I guess. They aren't paying us enough to be poking through this scrap heap. Watch some of the junk, will ya? You hear that? Ah, never mind. This place is starting to get to me. While we're picking through the trash, we might as well grab some good stuff for ourselves.
I've been waiting to find. I need to contact Carter and let him know it's time to rock. He'll help the mining detail slip into the utility closet in the ventilation room. That's where we'll dig. Not up, but through. Right to the armory. Carter mentioned that all the terminals in the lock, so we'll have to coordinate this carefully. For now, we'll continue using his locker in the showers area as a drop point for the code to the utility closet. By this time next month, I should be out of this dump and uploading those creds into my account.
Delgado was right. Crick's... It's time to put some things down. can't believe this is where the fleet started. It's history, man. Blows me mind.
Can you imagine how angry the prisoner were when they rioted? I would hate to have been one of the
guys. Was this an armory? Looks like they cleared this place out. Well, well, what do we have here? Give me a sec. This ought to come in handy.
All right, let's keep moving.
How can these things live in this kind of cold? Bullshit.
I'm on my second day at the lock, and I've already had a close call. Big fight broke out at C-Block. I Gillespie sent us in to break it up. Might have been half a dozen inmates. It was hard to tell. We almost had it under control. When one of them stuck a
Here I
ship
thought
into
we
my
were going to
leg.
be doing something fun.
Luckily, the other guards
Rob a
shot me
bank.
out of there before he finished the job. He was like a genius who designed this place. Didn't realize that the inmates would start carving weapons out of the permafrost. So now I'm cold, I'm tired, and my leg hurts like hell. Great way to start my first tour at this dump.
Looks like this was the warden's office. They built the office right next to the shuttle bay for quick escapes, I bet. Smart.
something because I am getting sick. I don't know. Looks like some kind of a security office or something. I'm the only one left. Damn creatures finished off the rest of my people. But finding the legacy, that is going to make their sacrifice worthwhile. I knew it! Everyone said I was out of my mind. But something told me
Yup, that's right. It was a team effort all the way. We had each other's backs the whole time, Del.
Is that Mathis? Tell him to shut up so I can think.
Yeah, sorry, Del. You go right ahead.
Okay. I'm looking at schematics for the lock, and I don't think there's a way to get you back to the surface from there. But I can open the outer doors to the shuttle bay and let you fly one of the shuttles down there directly up to the key. Don't worry about your ship. I will send some people down to get it. You just get... According to the schematics, there is an emergency evacuation exit I can use to return to the surface. Then it's just a quick... Good answer. You're learning fast. Okay. Let me see.
Shuttle bay activated. Initiating the...
Yup. That's got it. Might take a while, though. You have done a hell of a job, Rook. We will talk when you get back to the...
Hey, look, That's true. Well, look, about all that killing Delgado stuff, why don't we just forget about... Yeah, of course. Now, let's get...
There. Stable over it achieved, like a toy self-opening release.
All right, let's cycle that airlock and get aboard.
There are UC bureaucrats that must be furious that this station has become what it is today.
Yeah? Every captain here's earned their stripes.
You've got stuff
Bleeding
to
for the
smuggle. I've got... Sure. Oh, yeah.
Are you looking to start something? 'Cause I'll finish it.
There you are. The hell took you so long?
It's about time. I was about to fly down and loot your bodies.
Not now, neighbor. Well, you said you found something. That's it? Just one slate? After losing so much of our crew, it better be... Well, I'll be damned. Legacy wasn't referring to Crix's fortune. It's the name of an actual ship. A Galbank transport probably loaded with credits.
Never heard any stories about a Gal Bank ship going down. And even if it had happened, it would have been picked clean years ago.
No, neighbor. Think. If Galbank covered it up, and over time, the location was eventually forgotten, it wouldn't be on anyone's radar. Okay, this changes things. Now that we know what we are looking for, we have to narrow the search. Because they would be rolling in so much cash, there is no way they could keep it quiet. It's like hitting a jackpot. Not to mention, they'd need someone with Shinya skills to keep the crypto tracing on the currency clean. And as far as Galbank goes, I doubt they would bother. Their bean counters would be too busy weighing the loss versus recovery costs. No, the legacy is out there, just waiting for us to find. I can feel it. I'm sure he did not have a choice. People would kill to get a crack at a score this big. I know I have. Let us start with what we know. It was a Galbank ship, which means the company is going to have records of where it went down. Neva, weren't you working on a deal with Rokov? Something about a big-wig charity event on one of Trident's Starliners?
Are you serious? I've been working on that gig for 3 months. That's my score.
Ay, Dios mío. Will you shut up about your score and think for a second? That Starliner has a Galbank VIP suite aboard, which means... Come on, Neva. This isn't hard.
Which means a Gal Bank exec will be aboard. We grab their credentials and get ourselves into the Gal Bank archives in New Atlantis. Holy shit, that might actually work. I'll send a message to Rokov right away.
Pack your bags, Rook. You're going on vacation. And since you've earned it, take this gun with you. Might come in handy when Rokov screws everything up as usual. Rokov is... well, he's Rokov. A real pain in the ass. He used to run with the fleet until we kicked him out. Lately, he has been using his long-hauling skills to captain a Starliner for Trident. Gives us a contact within the company. He has been trying to get his foot back in the door with us for years. But I'm not ready to let him in just yet. Maybe you can use that to your advantage. It's not what you're thinking. It's more of an office than a bank. Once you're inside, you'll be able to gain access to one of their computers. Good, because that is exact. Neva and I are too well known to walk around the Starliner without being recognized. If Trident Security... I need you to board that ship. Make contact with Rokov. I see what you are getting at, Rook. And don't worry, I would ask the same thing. Just be sure to get those credentials. Anything else of value you find on Rokov's Starliner is all yours. You know what? I'm gonna leave that entirely up to you. If you think he's come through for us, you can promise him he'll get paid. But if he gets in your way, then you take him out. You'd better. Oh, before you leave, I wanted you to know that I took what you said about Mathis into consideration, and I've decided to let him join the fleet. Because you're the one that finished the job. You followed orders, and you put your neck on the block to get that data to the key. As far as Mathis goes, I'm sure you had to drag him through the lock and prevent him from doing something as stupid. We'll see. That's it then. And remember, Rokov does not need to know anything about Grixis' legacy.
Hey, Rook. Before you head out, I need to have a word with you. Meet me at the last...
You should be packing for your trip.
So there I am. You see security on my tail.
Wrap your business up with Mathis, then we'll talk.
Need a drink? Bug at the Last Nova will be more than happy to take your...
It would seem that none of the wealth stolen over the decades has been spent on upkeep for the station. This goes poorly.
If I had a Berian crest, I'd run my own city, like Bayou. Except in my town, you could do Aurora anywhere.
literally.
Something? Ask Jazz about any ship
Weapons,
upgrades.
ammo. Take your pick.
Than a pirate ship with no
Need more weapons or
personality.
ammo? Come see me.
Captains
All right,
handle
make it
most
quick.
of the patrols.
Just to make it quick.
We've earned that trust.
Whatever.
You kidding? You're lucky he didn't
The fleet
cut you
protects
off
our
at the
own,
knees.
but you turn against us, and you're dead.
Please
I hope you do not have any loose
All right,
breadsticks.
let's get the...
I fully expect you would find them
You're
missing
done
when
here?
we leave here.
Great.
If you need credits, hit up the mission boards at the port.
I heard.
Probably take my head and hop onto the transport as far away from those scumbags like you as I possibly can.
I do prefer custom alterations to the standard issue.
Missions. Not enough time.
Need something? Behold. Oh, bye, I guess.
Smuggling beats a real job any day.
I also wish to be prepared for any situation, but there are practical limits, no?
Energy weapons. Nothing's a substitute for a shotgun blast to the face. That last shot didn't pan out. I need something bigger. Are you looking to start something? Because I'll finish it.
What? You're scared of a little ghost? No dead man is going to keep you from my baby.
You can't kill the dead.
Says who? If creeks can live twice, shit.
Yeah? Ask Jazz about any ship upgrades. Nothing worse than a pirate ship with no personality.
The stock versions are never quite what you want, are they?
Why'd you join up anyway?
I ran up some debt on the yacht. So it was either join the fleet or take my chances with life. Figured this way was the best way to stay alive.
Oh, you obey you, huh? You might want to keep that to yourself.
Need to have Jazz look at my graph drive. I swear.
Is Samina seeing anyone right now? Patience, I mean. I got a sore hit.
Hey, I wanted to thank you one last time for not ratting me out to Delgado. If you would have found out what I was planning, well, I don't even want to...
I've heard Jasper Cricks is go.
What? No, you gotta be... All I'm gonna do is lay low for a while. Pick up a few jobs from Voss.
Me from my payday.
But you can't kill.
Oh yeah, sure. Anything you need, you just ask.
For your sake, I hope you are sincere.
You just,
The Nola's always open for business.
Pirates and what could go wrong in a place like this?
Are you looking to start something? Was that finished?
Well, I was wondering when you... The name's Fergus. Fergus Wickham. Welcome to the last Nova, where the drinks are never free. Guilty? You name it, I got it. Although, I can't speak to quality. We don't believe in expiration dates here as long as it gets the job done. Got it back in my experimental days. Before we fixed up Nova, she was a real boggy mess. Practically an indoor swamp. I figured some of what's growing around here could make some decent booze. Well, some might say I only got the booze part right. As long as you're buying. The last Nova never sleeps, so no last call here. Since it's your first time with us, I'm willing to make an exception to the rule and offer you my speciality on the house. One free bottle of... That's the spirit. And if you like it, you're in luck. Cheapest drink you can find. Now that's a trade secret, mate. But nothing to worry about. Only things that... Nova wasn't always the lovely sight you see before you. She used to be a hydro farmer and put up quite a fight when we decided to give her a makeover. Overgrown water everywhere. Almost gave up. But what's a proper home without a pub, eh? Bog's grog and anything else your heart desires. Next time you come in.
Maybe. We haven't decided.
Well, it's just do a job. It's you.
It's mods from Jazz or weapons from London?
Not everything in the galaxy needs to come with us, you know.
Seems to me it's
There you are. All right, look. I've been lining up a score with that asshole roll call from the Siren of the Stars for months. I'm not about to let a payday slip through my fingers. So guess what? You're gonna finish the job for me. My score involves a one-time event being held aboard the Siren of the Stars. If anyone finds out the Crimson Fleet's aboard that starliner, the event will be canceled, and I can kiss my payday goodbye. There's no way I'm gonna miss this window of opportunity. I'm about to tell you, so shut up and listen. Rokov's been tipping me off about some kind of bullshit charity event that the Siren of the Stars is hosting. At the event, they're gonna give away something called the Earth Savior Award, which is worth tens of thousands of credits. So it's simple. While you're on the Siren, swiping those Galbank credentials, I want you to grab that award and bring it to me. No, Dombrowski's only aboard to use the Galbank VIP suite, so he can catch a free ride at the company's expense. I'm sure he'll be there partying with the other spoiled brats. I can guarantee he doesn't give a crap about what's going on at the event. From the pictures I've seen, the award is set with 12 blue diamonds and covered in gold filigree. If I get Jazz to take it apart, I can turn it into a hell of a lot of cash. And best of all, the components become untraceable. And I'd prefer to have the money that award's worth in my account. Look, you can make all the jokes and excuses you want. But if you don't come back with the ES award, either way, I get my money.
I suppose it is up to you to decide whether it is worth it.
Yeah, ES, Earth, Savior. Get it? Come on. Keep up with me here. I got about 17 other things to do and you're holding me up. All Rokov does is feed me information. If I ask him to lift a finger, he gives me enough sob stories to fill a freighter's cargo bay. If you want my advice, leave him completely out of the loop. Otherwise, it's gonna cost both of us some credit. Then it's settled. Good. All right, Rook, we're done here. Now, get your ass to the Siren, and bring... Because that's exactly what you are. A rookie, a newbie, fresh meat. Beneath all of that inexperience, I'm sure you have an actual name. But honestly, so get used to hearing that word. Until you earn your stripes, you're a rook to everyone in the fleet. Stay sharp, Rook.
We call UCC staff sharks, but in fact, they're just bait.
I don't trust shielding. I got secret compartments on my ship just in case.
Hey, Cap. You hiring? Got some baddies on my tail, and I need a place to lay low. suppose I can't rightly blame you for that. It's the Varun Zealots. Been on my tail a while. And they're easy enough to avoid in places like this, but I'm history if they see my ship cruising around the space lanes again. Oh, I'm a real scrapper. Good in a fist fight or in the gunner seat. Doesn't matter to me so long as there's a... I've also got pretty sticky fingers, if that suits you. They're a group of cultists who operate on the edges of known space. Real nutjobs. They shoot at just about anyone who comes near them. Big on grudges too. That's how I ended up on their radar. If the Varun Zealots don't sound like a problem to you, then... Wouldn't be much of a smuggler if I wasn't willing to cut a deal, would I? Let's hush it out. Don't think I'm desperate or anything, but... You're a good negotiator, Cap. I'll cut you a deal. Sure, fine by me. Sounds like a plan. Let's catch up later.
Don't challenge Bard to five-finger fillet.
As long as you put the fleet first, we won't have any problems.
This place even smells like deceit. We should make our business quick.
Tick-tock. A little less loitering, a little more looting.
In the fleet, you either put up, shut up, or die. Your choice. Too many missions. Not enough
You
time.
don't make it in this life.
I bet I have.
Done here? Fine by me.
You want... no tactical gears.
Stay safe out there.
I hope... I don't need... This better be ver... Whatever.
Every time I see Radley smile, I want to punch him in the face.
That's how it feels to be in the Vanguard. Just waiting around for orders. Ready to get back out there.
And we're docking.
Officer Petrosian likes books. Sometimes I feel like being from a library.
This is the brig. We keep prisoners here for interrogation. Sometimes we'll take the long-range fighters out for grav jump and patrol high-traffic orbitals for fleet.
We'll keep the brig ready for any pirates you bring in. No,
The prisoner surrendered willingly. This is probably the safest place. You can chat with him, if you haven't already. As a matter of fact, I understand. While you're there... I apologize, but no one from our side has been to the key in ages. I appreciate it. I'm interested in anything he had to say regarding his time in prison, and how if you find anything like that, bring it. The fleet and the UC are intertwined, and I've always felt knowing that past in life, history, and if you want to know which one it is, you're dismissed. Some of the guards don't take kindly to the prison. Keep the floors and your nose clean and you can stay as long as you want.
Your abilities are truly amazing.
This move's so brilliant, they won't suspect a thing.
But what if they're thinking the same thing? What if they hired a pirate to infiltrate this thing?
Relax, the fleet doesn't think that far ahead. We're playing chess.
I saw one of the ensigns get an Alpha Centauri from Officer Petrosian the other day. Man takes his job seriously.
The Vigilance is a state-of-the-art warship. Anyone that gets on...
Remember to turn in any evidence fragments you find. They're pirates in every sense of the word. But they've managed to get more organized under their current leadership. That makes them especially dangerous. But hopefully it makes them a little more predictable, too.
Well, yeah, they aren't spacers or House Varun, but...
We'll provide you with information, but it'll help you maintain your cover.
ways to kill the person holding them.
Nice work. It's amazing that all this romantic nonsense about Crix's legacy really just amounts to a rumor Jasper Crix picked up. It just goes to show you how a tiny rumor can snowball. That it? Okay, fine. 2 reasons. First, Commander Akande's playing this operation extremely close to the vest. That means keeping prisoners under his own roof. Second, this is an undercover mission. For our safety, we'll be here if you need us.
Frankly, it's because the last agent I sent... Frankly, the last agent I sent to infiltrate the Crimson Fleet ended up... Even with our best intelligence equipment, we can monitor very little from the... We can pick up local communications chatter and use long-range scans to see. If we get too close, we not only expose ourselves to an attack, but we... Then things are moving forward.
Nice job, Rook.
I was certain we'd fool Delgado, but never. She's a sharp one. Overcoming her scrutiny... Did you discover anything worth report? Legacy. Wait a moment. Are you telling me Delgado may have actually...
I have never heard of such a thing.
I'm surprised. I thought this was one of those tales that made it to every corner of the settled systems.
I suppose it's possible, sir. Intelligence picked up a bit of chatter on that subject recently. We assumed it was some sort of tall tale or a story to attract recruits to their cause. All right, take it easy. We prefer... Let me see what we have here. Nope. There are no records of a Gal Bank transport named the Legacy in the database. What do you think, sir?
I think there's no record because Delgado's no fool. If he risked his own neck to get that information, then he must be on to... What's your next move? Clever, Delgado. Very clever. If I were in your place, we can't let Delgado get his hands on what could potentially turn out to be the largest haul...
Maybe I should head out to New Atlantis, sir? I could press the Gal Bank execs for information? Get ahead of...
No. Let's allow this to run its course. We have our agent here feeding us information. There's more to this than just finding the location of the transport. Jasper Cricks was clever. For some reason. And let Neva Mora take his place. Or Shinya Voss. Or any one of a number of pirates already gunning. No. The solution is to stick to the undercover operation and determine how... Because the Crimson Fleet would be a totally different adversary, and Cricks wouldn't have disappeared years ago. Even if they hid the money with that damn human computer Shinya Voss, our forensic accounting people would have found that data. It's imperative that if the Crimson Fleet gets its hands on a transport full of currency, it would be disastrous. I need you to do whatever you can to bring us more information. And for God's, you're both dismissed.
The commander appreciates it. Let me know if you need anything else.
At ease, soldier. Our directive is simple. We are tasked with the eradication of space piracy in the set. Is the chief source of pirate activity. As you were.
Heard you boarded the Key. Operations does good work. If any fleet are setting up outposts out there, it's only a matter of time before we take...
To be back in our own ship.
Approaching ship. You've entered Freestar Collective space. Maintain your current course while we scan for contraband. Attention! Our scan indicates you have contraband on...
What's new with you today? Back, eh? How's it going? Our friendship is the reason I'm smiling. Anytime you want to talk, I'd be happy to carry a few. Oh, I love catching up with you. Let's do it again sometime.
You're entering United Colony space. Maintain course and prepare to be scanned. Be advised, you have been identified as a known criminal. Our scan detected contraband on board. Halt and prepare to be boarded. All illegal and stolen. You're on the wanted list. Copy that. Stay on course.
Nice day. How are you today? You will be scanned as you enter the city. Please keep moving.
Need some work? Anything I can help you with? Sure.
Quest? I got contacts. Absolutely. Hey, take it easy.
You know, I went to chef school. Be careful if you run into those ecliptic jerks.
Thing about the trade business? Of course, of course.
They like to use old, abandoned facilities.
You need anything else? You know where to find us.
The ones left over from the colony.
There are always about 1 million things to do. I have 3 projects that are that vertical.
be a good time to reprioritize what we bring with us and what we leave behind. Or sell. Or throw away.
Welcome to Aquila City.
I want to do your business. Well.
Take a look around.
How about I just show you?
Saw your ship come in.
So many... If you ever find an old Earth...
The Count of Monte Cristo! Yes, yes, yes!
Let me see... Take your time.
If the gangs can keep
My mother wanted me to be a doctor. Ever run into spacers?
Yeah, this better not be a waste. Always happy to take your money. If you, find anything else?
I bet Warlord just about wet his pants when you threatened him.
I've been applying to different megaclips in the area, but I haven't got any bites.
Yeah? Feel it. All right, get out of here. Not sure if those Varuts sound.
Hey there, Intrepid.
Hello? James and I have a few you won't find a pet. If you don't see what you need, I'm sure we can make a deal.
Sophistication is glorious. Neon's premier center of coordination.
You're right there in that, right? In space?
You're wondering what that smell is.
Our certified technicians will quickly empty.
What? I'm sure you'll
back soon. You never know what we'll have for sale.
Keep it moving.
Hey there. Dietrich's been great at them. Sure. Thanks for stopping by our shop.
Yeah, I appreciate you. Certainly, my friend. I hope you have a glorious day, my friend.
Even when I see it with my own eyes, it is still hard to believe.
Something? If it's too hot. All right, buzz off. Busy. Just we're fully stocked, and of course. Watch your back out there.
Hello.
Joining the Merchants Alliance. Sure.
Important or not, I'm ready to listen. If you need something, I've got your back.
I hope that modification proves beneficial. For personal use or for sale?
Glad to see you again.